Court will come to order. It is Monday, July the 22nd, 2024. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and pledge, led by Commissioner Harris.
Lord, we invite you to preside over this Commissioners Court today. Even if we have different opinions, give us the unity of spirit. Help us to listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team and combining ideals for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals trying to promote our own agendas today. Let us work together on our shared mission. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Is that another one?
Yes, sir.
We've got a busy morning. That's our 16th speaker. As we begin this morning, I want to remind everyone to please turn your cell phones off or vibrate so that it does not interrupt the proceedings. We want to lay out the format for today. We have a very busy day. We're going to take a recess probably for lunch at either 12:15, 12:30. We're not going to go all the way through. We do have an executive committee phone call we need to take at 1:15 with regard to attorney counsel. And then we have the workshop at 2 o'clock. So we're going to be busy. And we have 16 speakers on various topics. I want to remind everyone, before I call for public input, that if you have signed up to speak, or if you want to speak on any item that is on the agenda, please wait to request to speak until that agenda item is called. This is for the public input. So with that, is there anybody that would like to provide public input to the court? Good, everybody's finding out what you want to talk about. Good thing. So with that, we'll move on to Commissioner's comments. Precinct 1, anything?
I will go very quickly since we've had a busy day. Quiet Precinct 1, we've had some rain. We ventured out to Precinct 2 for the Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department. We've got a little place over there. Supported them and ate one of them, was it more than 800 barbecue plates? That were awesome. They were awesome. That's all I've got.
All right, well, the burn ban remains lifted. We got a fair bit of rain last week, and it looks like we're going to get some more this week. Again, though, before you burn, particularly a large brush pile, please call the burn ban hotline, 830-792-4328, and it helps if you also call the local VFD so that we don't get false alarms. I do want to thank everybody, Ann, for coming out to the Centerpoint both the reunion parade, which started at 10, that was great, one of the best we've ever done, and the Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department barbecue and dance. It was one of our most successful fundraisers, so everybody who supported that, thank you very much. I wanted to give credit to our maintenance group. A request was made to me last week to remove the overgrown brush at Lions Park Dam. And I mentioned it to Shane, and he had a crew on it the next day, so it's definitely better, and I very much appreciate that. Reviewing the Tetra Tech Engineering draft report for the Eagle Ridge Road, particularly to see if there was anything significant we needed in our budget. There doesn't appear to be for this budget, but there might be for the next one. A number of residents in the vicinity of the proposed Mega Creek Concrete Facility off Peterson Farm Road, near the Cowboy Church and Our Lady of the Hills School, have called for a contested hearing with TCEQ regarding that air quality standard permit. And there is, of course, a requirement that the central bag house exhaust be located at least 440 yards from the nearest residence, school, or place of worship. So we don't know yet where on that 80-plus acre property they're going to put their facilities. So I've asked TCEQ to keep me informed as the public hearing date and location are determined. And of course, I've received a bunch of calls about the possible battery energy storage system being proposed in Centerpoint. That's different from the one that's on the agenda today. That's a company called Foresight Renewables, which is a subsidiary of Conway Sustainable Capital. who are trying to lease 7 to 10 acres of land between Caldwell Lane and Willow Bend Drive, adjacent to the LCRA substation. I don't have any other details on the size of the facility, but we'll definitely stay tuned for any TCEQ permit applications and subsequent hearings. But this is, again, different from what you're going to hear as the first item on the agenda. That's all.
Okay. Great.
We have been getting some rain, which is a good thing, but really what I want to talk about a little bit is the CIP, Capital Improvement Committee that was put together a while back. And unfortunately, I guess I made comments several times that I don't read local media, so now I get the articles emailed to me, so I read them anyway. But there's been things in there that really, I think we really need to clarify some things. That committee was charged with a 20-year plan. And only one of the things on that list was approved. They have a patrol facility, and that facility is going to be built. As was stated at the time, a lot of the other things will need to be addressed. And in my opinion, it's going to probably cost a lot more than the bond would cost, but that's neither here nor there, the bond failed. But to compare things that the CIP did with repairs, and I'm going to go straight to the ag barn, because one article I read about that, it's apples and grapes, it's not even close. One was a 20-year plan, and one is basic repairs and a couple of upgrades. They're not the same thing. So for people to be complaining about the CIP not doing their job, they did exactly what the court asked them to do. And I'll remind everybody that the members of that were appointed by each commissioner, only one person to that. And I think they did a really good job. You may not agree with some of their findings, some of the things could lack, but I suspect storage needs one thing that's been pushed off a while. Within the next 20 years, we're going to need storage needs. We have problems now. Some of the event things at the ag barn can be addressed. The facility annex for Ingram, we changed course like we knew we would, but there's going to be a lot of costs on that building out there that we're going to be receiving, we hope to receive anyway. So I just want to make it clear that just because the CIP had a 20-year plan, now because of the election, we'll be doing things on an annual basis, and they're going to be repairs. And that was my concern originally, is that we've been pushing off repairs for years and years and years. I was part of that. At some point, this court needs to start addressing these, and that's why I support the things that Commissioner Paces is for the ag barn anyway. He and I have talked about it. I support what he's recommending. Is it everything I'd like to see out there and I think we need? No, but it's a big step in that direction. But it's not what it's a different plan than the CIP plan. And I think it needs to be really clear that, and I see no reason for people to be discouraging the work of the CIP, because now we're going into repair phase. That doesn't make sense to me. I just want to clarify that.
All right, well, I'm not going to talk about rain, everybody else did, so.
We all have.
Yeah,
Make us feel bad that you
things are
want more.
green. Things are green, but we need it underneath the ground where we need our rain to help our aquifers. I want to give a shout out to Senator Pete Flores. He came to a First Thursday meeting in Ingram last week, and afterwards I twisted his arm, not very hard, and he went with me to Road and Bridge. We've had an ongoing problem with our county roads that go underneath I-10. There's 3 of them in Precinct 3 and 1 in Precinct 4. And Peter got involved in less than a week. He fixed the problem and saved the Kerr County residents a lot of taxpayer money. And I want to give that shout out. Also got his local representative, Maria Perneda here. She runs his Kerr County office here on Barber Street. So she's here. I have suspicion to get a report on this battery storage deal, as well as we got Wes Verdell here, so that's encouraging. So I think we're all looking forward to hear this presentation and hear from you citizens as well. So that's all.
And for those of you that don't know them, let's introduce them.
Sure.
Our state representative, Wes Verdell, who stands there with us, recognize the face. And Maria, please stand for Senator Flores. That's it. We'll talk to Senator Flores after that.
Yes.
Okay. With that, let's begin. First item on the agenda is item 1.1. It's a presentation regarding battery energy storage project, Commissioner Harris's precinct by K.E. Andrews and Black Mountain Energy Storage. Mr. Peters?
Where should we stand?
Right behind the podium?
Sure.
Sure.
Mr. Peters isn't here. My name's Mike Fry.
Mike Fry?
Yes, sir. And I'm with K.E. Andrews. And Mr. Hughes is with the Black Mountain Energy, so he'll be.
Excuse me, what was that?
Jackson Hughes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yeah, came here to give a quick introduction to the project, where it is, what the plan is, and why we're here to potentially ask to submit an application for an abatement from the county. So Black Mountain Energy Storage is a subsidiary of Black Mountain, which is a family of entrepreneurial companies headquartered out of Fort Worth, Texas, of course. Many entrepreneurial arms of the company, including oil and gas, lithium mining, sand frac mining. There's about 10 different arms of it. And energy storage is based out of Austin. And so we develop utility scale energy storage projects across the nation and mostly across Texas. So this project is based in northwestern Kerr County, off of Highway 10, I believe. And you can see that on page, what page is this? 6, the project location. A good example of the project is on page 5. I'll just do it to keep it brief. The point of the project is we're interconnecting to the utility grid, and we store electricity when it's not needed as much. We store it when supply is high and demand is low. And then we release the electricity back onto the grid when supply goes up and demand goes down, or when supply goes down and demand goes up. When people need the electricity more, we release the electricity back onto the grid. And that's really the whole point of these projects nationwide. It's a tool for the utility to enable a more efficient energy usage across the state and across the local grid. This can actually reduce electricity prices over time. It can also respond to supply shortages, such as when a solar farm isn't producing electricity or if the natural gas plant goes out. These facilities are there to help prevent blackouts or brownouts or spiking electricity prices. So I'll give it off to K.E. Andrews. They've been helping us with this county abatement process, and they're our consultant in this space and have been helping us for a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much. Again, my name is Mike Fry, and I'm a Senior Director at K.E. Andrews. And Mr. Peters apologized he couldn't be here today, but I guess you got the second tier. And I think Mr. Peters has spoken with Commissioner Harris before, and maybe also Judge Kelly. But anyway, the project itself is basically a potential 120 megawatts with 240 megawatt hours, so 2-hour duration battery. And the timeline to potentially build this thing will be Q3 of 2025, construction starting, and then COD Q3 of 2026, meaning that would be fully taxable CWIP taxable in 2026, and then fully taxable in 2027 as of January 1st. It'd be approximately, the valuation would be approximately $87 million for taxable value. That could turn into maybe, $100 million investment, $95 million investment. Intangible value, which would be a little bit of that included in this CapEx, is not taxable in the state of Texas. So, and the way these depreciate, they pretty much follow the way that solar is depreciated in the state, which is it would depreciate probably 7.5% per year, then floor at 20-25%. So you'd be looking at the end of the day, probably in year, 10, 11, 12, about $17.4 million in perpetuity as far as taxable value on the project, as long as it's up and running there. So the point of interconnect is at the Mountain Home Substation. I guess it's at I-10 in 479 or Reservation Road. The potential construction jobs is 100 to 200, probably would be an aggregate number. They wouldn't all be out there at the same time, So the full-time job for the project, obviously, on all these projects, there's not really anyone that's manned there full-time. So there would be landscaping and site maintenance folks would be there, to take care of that. And obviously, it's in your mind, Steve, Kerr County. It would be probably, let's see, around, potentially $7.7 million of tax dollars for the school district. I don't know exactly if they're a recapture district or not at this point. And what we have in the presentation there, we have something that had a 70% abatement. We obviously know that's negotiable, and that's totally up to you all as a group there. So what we're asking the commissioners to accept the abatement, to accept an abatement application here pretty soon, and to review and possibly consider, granting an abatement here in the near future for a potential project. The thing is, on these projects, it's a good way to have less impact on a county or a community, because it can be done on a 10, 15, 20 acre project, unlike solar and wind that expands quite a bit and has more impact on the area. So, any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah. What's really driving this? Is there a bunch of federal money that's been made available? Because we're seeing a flurry of these proposed BESS facilities throughout our county and through neighboring counties. So I'm guessing that there's a federal tax program. Is this part of the, what was the reason?
Subsidy?
Well, it must be a subsidy. I'm trying to remember the name of the act that was passed by the current administration. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. While yes, that does apply to battery storage, solar, wind, etc. The technology was around beforehand. It's going to be around after, if that does ever go away, or whenever it does go away. The reason why it's prevalent now is mostly because the cost has come down of these batteries. They're being manufactured across the world, and if the costs have come down significantly to where you can build these utility scale projects, put a ton of batteries connected to the grid, and you can recoup that cost over time enough that a utility would buy or operate it.
I mean, I note from the research that I've been doing here lately, there don't seem to be any regulations on these kind of facilities. So, and that of course creates a lot of concerns, certainly amongst our constituents, and myself included. I mean, technically, we don't have to approve anything for your project, was my understanding. And I'm also very concerned about the long-term. What are you going to do with all these batteries when they reach their end of life?
Well, to the regulation point, they are regulated by the National Fire Protection Agency code. All the batteries are manufactured to the NFPA updated code every year, and that's been updating consistently. And there's been a ton of additions for
lithium. We don't have
lithium.
too many of their inspectors around this area.
Well, at the manufacturing plants they do. And so they are regulated in that behalf. The manufacturing is regulated, and the technology has been getting better and better every single year. And can you remember the second half of your question?
I'm sorry, what?
The second half of your question was.
Oh yeah, what do we do with these batteries when they reach the end of
Yes,
life?
when they retire. Well, as with all lithium-ion batteries, there's recycling plants that are being developed across the nation for these things, but you put them in a hazardous waste facility.
And whose obligation is it to do that?
That's
Yours?
the
The
company,
landowners? I mean,
the owner of the batteries.
Where are these batteries produced?
The specific batteries for this project haven't been decided yet, since construction's not going to begin for another 2 years, right? I'd say that most likely China. Most of the batteries produced in the world are in China right now.
the real beneficiary.
The question I have is, that it kind of goes a little bit step beyond Mr. Pace's. They seem to be really popular right now, but they don't create energy. They level out the grid. So and I think you said for a 2-hour period?
Yes, yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, when we have power problems, they last a lot more than 2 hours. So, it seems
Band-Aid.
Yeah, like it's a Band-Aid, and it seems like it's a lot more efficient to build additional power sources rather than something like this. And I just don't understand
Yeah.
the drive for this unless there's a whole lot of federal money or state money pushing it, because for the amount of money these things cost, I guess it's a lot cheaper than a new power plant, but at the same time, it doesn't really help this area. When we have outages, it's a week at a time, or at least a day at a time, and 2 hours doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, the prices themselves fluctuate significantly every day. So electricity supply and demand is constantly changing. You may not get an outage, but electricity prices go up and supply goes down. So that's one. And so these 2-hour batteries, yes, we want them to be longer. There are 4-hour batteries that are popping up as well. There's other energy storage mechanisms. You can pump hydrogen into the ground, you can pump water into the ground and release it over time. We have those around nuclear plants nationwide. The reason it is still useful for 2 hours, while it will not prevent a center point down in Houston blackout situation, it won't be able to prevent that. It can still respond to those inefficiencies in the grid. So when everyone goes to work right now, you turn your AC off, supply goes down significantly, and the demand goes down significantly across the state. But these coal power plants and natural gas power plants, many of them continue producing power throughout the day. Solar is producing power, it can't stop producing power, wind can't stop producing power. So sometimes there's way more electricity on the grid than there needs to be. And in fact, that leads to congestion on the transmission lines and will lead to increased transmission costs over time. Will require CenterPoint and other utilities to upgrade those transmission lines over time. So what batteries can do is take it off the grid when it's not needed during the day, like right now. And then it can put it back on the grid right before everyone goes home to turn on their AC, 5 p.m., et cetera. That's when usually demand's peaking. And that's when the batteries will put it back on the grid. So even if it's not the end-all be-all solution, it still helps. You don't even need solar and wind. I mean, just with natural gas plants, a stable supply of electricity, you can still use these batteries to fluctuate and respond to the way we use our electricity.
So I take it the way your company will make money is they buy the energy when it's cheap and then sell it at a higher price 2 hours later.
Yes.
How many times per day are you likely to cycle these batteries?
Yeah, we don't. It really depends. Some people will do it 3 times a day. It depends on the market. So sometimes you'll store it and
You
then
had to
release
make
it a
some
week
assumptions
later.
for your economic analysis, I hope, so.
Yeah.
What did you assume?
I would have to get with the analytics team. They pick out places where there's high congestion in the grid. So I'm pretty sure right here there's a lot of imports coming from West Texas, a lot of wind and solar coming from West Texas being imported east to where everyone lives. So because of that, there's inefficiencies that happen midday when people aren't using that. So we can store that power that's being transported over and then release it back to the people when they need it. So by that logic, prices are low when people aren't using it, when wind is high and being imported. So that's when we would store it, we'd buy it, and then we'd sell it back to the grid when people need it most.
I'm glad you made the statement earlier that wind and solar aren't particularly reliable.
Yeah.
Winter storm Uri proved that. So we all suffered through that. I was without power 5 days. But
You won the lucky one.
I'm sure I was. But, so let's talk about the reliability of this system. How well does it work when temperatures are sub-zero versus, 105 degrees or something during the daytime?
Very well. They're climate controlled containers, so
Which requires power to keep them climate controlled, right?
yeah, it'll be on-site power. Yeah.
So they probably don't work real good if the grid is down?
Well, if the grid is down, we can't connect to it. But they're very efficient. The efficiency has increased significantly over time. So they work very well. And we have them all over the nation now that are operating with very high efficiency rates.
Now tell me about the safety of it, because I've heard a lot of concerns from various people about these batteries catching fire. And as a volunteer firefighter, I can tell you we don't have enough foam to fight one of these fires. Fortunately, you're close to Mountain Home. They're the one VFD that can handle lithium batteries like when a Tesla burns. What a facility like this, no way. And we hear, I guess there was one in California that burned for 5 days. So what are you going to do to mitigate any risk of a fire?
There's a few points here. One, every container has an energy management system on board. They're monitoring the situation of every single cell in the battery facility 24/7. So that's the first line of defense. If anything abnormal is happening, if voltage spikes, if temperatures spike, they shut down the whole facility. At least they shut down that container where it's spiking. So that's step one. Two, yes, that fire, for instance, in California lasted 5 days. That's because they were trying to put it out with water. And that prolongs a lithium ion fire. You're not going to be able to put it out with water. And that's why the National Fire Code has since been updated. The practice now is to let the container burn, to let it burn away. They're designed now where they are not
Any
close.
concerns about air quality and toxins being released?
Sure, and there's been studies on this as well, and you guys aren't the first people to ask this, of course. There's studies nationwide for this. When these burn off, the very toxic fumes, they dissipate within a few, I forget what it is, 10 meters or something of the container itself. And then, of course, there's a smoke that happens with any fire, like a house fire or a car fire, that would.
You see, around here in the hill country, we're still under a severe drought. And so we have so much fuel that could kick off any time, and you having a container that's burning is a good likely source of combustion to all of the brush and trees and so forth. And that's my concern, because that's where, again, we don't have the water to fight a really big fire. We'll do the best we can, but
Yeah.
your matches out there.
Just
so to
add
speak.
Go ahead.
one more comment. I know we have five people that want to speak. My question is, generally, you may get a feeling that we're not real in favor of abatement or anything, maybe even the project. And I can say that, you're welcome to submit an application, but I don't see how this benefits Kerr County. You should be going to Houston for the abatement, not Kerr County. We get the tax benefit down the road, but I mean, this doesn't help jobs, doesn't help local industry, it doesn't really help anything locally. And for that reason, I see, like I said, you're welcome to submit an application, but I can't see it going anywhere because it doesn't help Kerr County. And that doesn't even mention the whole issue of the type of project and the issues that we've been talking about. But anyway, that's my final comment.
Well, we've already established that y'all don't need our blessing or to do any of this. But,
Only if they want the abatement.
yeah, asking for an abatement, because I think you're gonna find out from the people that speak, you're not real popular. This idea is not real popular. And then to ask for an abatement is kind of beating your head against the wall, I think. So,
I appreciate that. Yeah.
you're right. All right, let's hear from the people.
Okay, before we start, I want some ground rules. Y'all need to stay close to the microphone if you're gonna answer any questions, okay? And we've got one there and one here. And for those of you that are gonna come up and speak, I think we're gonna hear some of the same things over and over. And if you're willing to just say, me too, I agree with that, or a big bullet point, your comments, so that we can do this a little bit more efficiently, and not everybody droning on and saying the same thing over and over again, and having something. So with that, we've got, I think, about 8 speakers on this topic, and the first one is Jeff Berner.
Yes, sir.
Did I say it right?
Yes, sir.
Up here?
Know where they work.
Yes, there. You're staying close.
Okay. I'm Jeff Berner. I live here, but we also own in Kendall County, so we've been dealing with this since November. It's the same issues, and I'm just gonna go over some bullet points that y'all really, really need to ask. And this is about Flat Rock Creek, I think you know. So, what we know, we have a 31-page report. I've given it to Charlie Hastings. I don't know where it went from there. I was hoping that it would be passed to y'all, but we have a 31 written by doctors, lawyers, and our information that we have come up with. So 90% of the batteries are made in China. 10% are made in South Korea. Our governor went to South Korea in 2019 to promote this. 3 times he went to South Korea. So one of the gentlemen over here said it would not be manned. So that means We have an unmanned facility with Chinese batteries. And what's gonna happen later is, and Black Mountain just did this in Harlingen. They're gonna sell it to Equinor. Equinor's a Norway company. So now we have, in Kimmel County, or in Kerr County, we will have Chinese batteries, unmanned, monitored by who knows where, foreign companies, and none of that makes sense to us. These are just bullet points that I'll try to be quick. We think that the overall cost of the construction is mainly in the battery. Almost zero construction cost like they're gonna put some pads out there, but really the cost of this 87 million is just batteries, most of it. Commissioner Letts said, when it's unmanned, we have no economic benefit, none. So, let's see. Has Black Mountain considered any fire suppression? Because we're in a severe drought. So they mentioned NFPA. I'd like to know what year they're following. Are they following the 2024 rules, 2021 rules? It makes a difference because NFPA is constantly changing the rules. So I would submit that the tax benefit that Ingram may get, that the whole county and all the surrounding properties, their value is going to be reduced. We know we have a video and we have people in Mason that now have an unsellable piece of property next to one of these. Furthermore, there's no guarantee Kerr County benefits any. He said east. Well, we don't all live east. Black Mountain gains millions and billions. Equinor gain, and Equinor is a $1 trillion company. They do oil and gas all over the world. They're going to make trillions. So this makes no sense to give
That's the 3
an
minutes.
abatement. 3 minutes? I'm sorry.
That's your 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Ask the people in Chandler, Arizona, and San Diego how they feel.
thank you. And that's to remind everyone, we'll allot 3 minutes per person.
Sorry.
Next is Bubba Walters.
Bubba Walters, Shalico Estates. I've been the head football coach at Ingram, baseball coach at Ingram, Center Point, 13 years. I understand both sets of kids and both sets of families. We don't want this. I'm gonna tell you right now, I can go get 1,000 signatures right now and stop this. My mom lives right down the road from this plant. One of my best friends in the world lives right down the road from this plant. And like Mr. Pace said, goes on fire, boom, it's gone. E-Court, I've done a little research, not as I probably should have, but they're planning on 830 of these facilities in Texas. 830, okay? That's not mine, that's Airport and the chemical fires. You talked about the chemical fires and it goes up 10 feet in the air and then the hazards are gone. They said the vaccine worked, people. I'm sorry. When are we gonna stop trusting the government?
Amen.
They're made in China. They're made in South Korea. I'm sorry. We don't want this. Plus, this is a beautiful place to live. Why are we living here? It's gorgeous. I don't want some facility like that in our neighborhoods. This is the way I feel. I've been here a long time, and I'm gonna stand up for what I believe in and how I think.
This is fact money. Next one is Becky Ballou.
Good morning, I'm Becky Ballou. I live in Precinct 1, Upper Turtle Creek Road. I appreciate your questions for the Black Mountain Salesman Systems. Just for us to see all of this meeting today over and over again, to repeat to all the citizens that aren't here that we represent. I'm against the battery storage wherever, no matter where it is, I'm against it. We all know that it's not good. Whether all the living breathing people in Kerr County, Gillespie County, Kendall County, every county in Texas. These batteries are dangerous. The wind blows and the water flows, and it affects everyone. And I am against it. Thank you very much.
We're not gonna applaud or boo, we're just gonna maintain regular court order. Okay, the next one is Kathy Rising.
Yes, my name is Kathy Rising. I live on Nimitz Drive in Precinct 4. And I am against these things. Having a background, I am a Californian, moved here 4 years ago, and I'm very happy to be here. And we want to see Californians rot here. And one of the things is we always have to keep and be aware of. I worked for title companies and escrow companies for many years. And because of that, worked with insurance companies. And insurance companies are getting more and more particular about who they're going to insure, what's going on. I wanted to lower my personal homeowner's insurance policy last year. And for the first time ever, I've been a homeowner since 1974. Worked for title insurance and trust company and a couple different escrow companies. I've never been asked this question. They said, do you have chickens? I said, yes. How many do you have? I've never been asked that. Nobody. I've talked to retired fire insurance agents. I don't know. So why are these things coming up? Why are they being more picky? If they're going to ask how many chickens you have, they're going to want to know how close you are to a plant like that. I guarantee it. And you're going to have trouble getting insurance. In California, trying to get a fire insurance policy is almost impossible. The only reason I got one, I lived in the backcountry of San Diego, is because I owned a rental house in Santee, in a city. And because I had property, an insurance policy there, they allowed me to have insurance on my property in Ramona, which looked very much like the whole country here. The other neighbors, they all had to go to the state of California to get insurance. And that's how it's, and you're going to have a lot of problems, and you're going to pay a lot more money. In addition to that, you're looking at pollution. Years ago, in the late 1980s, there was a gypsy moth in the San Diego County area. They decided they would do a very safe spray, and it would be at night. You'd be fine. But they told you bring your cars in because it might damage the paint. But don't worry, you're going to be fine. Okay? It's all for your health and safety. So they sprayed. Okay? And at that time, we were very involved with Project Wildlife, where you take in injured and orphaned animals, get them better, put them back out, hopefully where you got them. And it was just a short time after that aerial spraying, which they did at night, perfectly safe. We saw a lot of animals that were out at night, especially we were more involved with possums. And I had the 3 teaching possums for Project Wildlife, which I would take to, we did almost every elementary school in San Diego County. They were born no eyes. 1 was deaf, 2 with no eye sockets. That's the result.
Thank you. Next is Kerr Schmerback.
My name is Kerr Schmerback, and I live in Precinct 2, right off of Coldwell Lane. And I know this particular one is not on the agenda for today, but I think we're all in agreement that most of us here in this room are in agreement that we don't want this here. You're not welcome here, and we will fight. We will fight. We are fighters. This is a generally mostly conservative county, and Kendall County and Kerr County, we don't want you here. And we will, I agree with Bubba Walters, we'll get the names and we'll petition this and we'll fight till there's not fight left within us. For the Precinct 2, as I spoke at Acapulco last week, I said we've got to go to the person that we can actually stop this now before it goes to TECQ and Headwaters and having to get petitions and town hall meetings. We can go to Craig Thomason. That contract hasn't been signed to my knowledge. It's in hands with the attorney, and so we can stop that right there. I do have his phone number. If any of you are interested, you can call me or get in touch with me, and I will give you Craig Thomason's number. We've got to stop it there before it gets to any further advanced. And I will tell you that I opened up a package day before yesterday of a lithium battery that was less than ½ inch by ½ inch. And it says that if a child or that lithium battery was swallowed, that baby would be dead within less than 2 hours. So they're very toxic. I live, like I said, right off of Coldwell Lane, and I want no part of that lithium battery next to my home. And my question to these people is, if it were coming to your place, would you want that right next door to your home? Knowing the toxicity to your children and your loved ones, would you want a battery storage right next to your home? That's my question. We don't want it here in Kerr County, and I agree with most people that are sitting in this room that we will fight it till there's not a fight left within us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tom Moser. Welcome back.
Thank you, Judge. Tom Moser, Kerrville, Texas, Precinct 3. I'm not going to repeat any of the concerns about the technical aspects of this, but I do want to bring up the fact that I think the need for facilities like this is going to decrease, okay? It's not going to increase. I think this country is waking up to the identification, all this green energy stuff is a hoax, okay, in needing that. I think we need all forms of energy, okay? But my question would be, if the need to store energy from solar and wind decreases, what's a facility like this from a business standpoint mean, okay? Is it a viable business? I don't know the answer to that. I think that's a question to ask. I think that it's critical. I think the taxpayers are being asked to support something that from a business standpoint, because of the need, and I'll emphasize the need for a facility for like this, is going to decrease over the years to come. I truly believe that, along with a lot of my former NASA colleagues. We've looked at this over the last 12 years. The need for this type of energy and energy storage thing is, look at it, let it play a place, but it's not going to replace natural gas and solar, and nuclear and things. So from a business standpoint, I don't think the taxpayers need to be at risk for abating taxes on something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your brevity. Gary Potter.
Good morning, everyone. Carrie Potter, 428 China Street in Center Point, Precinct 2. So this is so disturbing to me that this is even being discussed in our county or anywhere for that matter. A little bit of research I did just very quickly. This is supposed to be a $15 billion market by 27, and I'm sure they're pacing ahead of that right now. That data is a few years old now, but this, it looks like these entities are receiving grants from USDA, and when you look at the map available online through USDA, the areas targeted are only our rural areas. If it says, if you type in Center Point, Texas, available. If you type in Austin, not available. Dallas, not available. San Antonio, not available. So it's really concerning that they're wanting to put this on the backs of rural Texans, and California and Texas are the leaders in these battery storage farms right now. So in the event of what Kerry was talking about in Center Point, I know that's not the agenda item, but it probably will be soon. Our area right next to the LCRA substation, that property that's adjacent, will drain right into the Guadalupe in the event of one of these emergencies. our groundwater shortage right now and surface water shortage is a huge thing. Even though water isn't used solely to put them out, I'm sure at some point it comes into play. And then the stress on our VFDs and our neighbors that will be right next door. So I would strongly urge you to seek other areas. And I know you're in business to make money, but it also affects rural Texans greatly. Thank you.
We've had one other sign up for this topic, and that's Christine Pugh. Check outside. Speaking.
Christine Pugh.
Oh, excuse me.
Christine Pugh.
Is it okay if I let her go ahead and come?
Good morning, my name is Christine
Kerr.
Pugh. I'm a Center Point resident in 202 district. Bear with me, I was not able to print off my documents, but I'm here to address the BESS, BESS, the Battery Emergency Storage System. My concerns are many, but I will start with thermal runaway. You may know what that means, thermal runaway. Thermal runaway, we have a hot summer here in Texas. You heat up lithium, then you've got a problem. The storage, I have not read any information about how the protocols will be in the event of emergency. It takes one cell to overheat, which will compromise the other cells in the batteries of the lithium. That lithium is mined out of Bolivia, sent over to India to be produced, and then shipped back over the United States. That is not very green if this is supposed to be a renewable resource. Another thing, this is a residential community. We might be rural, but we have people, livestock, natural resources. We have well water. If you have a situation where water is to make contact with that lithium, that is also going to cause caustic gases. Those gases are carbon gases. There are many, many variables in this situation that is not appropriate for the residents of Center Point, Kerrville, anybody in Kerr County is not going to like what's going to happen. People talk about the noise. That is not a concern for me. When I open my back door, I will always wonder if there's a hot cell, a leaky cell. This is a concern for us because we have acreage. We have residents, we have neighbors, some of us are hunters. This would affect not only us human beings, but it will affect the livestock, the water resources, the land, the soil, everything around it for many, many miles. Nobody has done enough research to see how this will be contained if there is an emergency. They don't know. According to FEMA, they don't know. All they know is that this could be disastrous. I can quote it, but I only have 3 minutes. So with my documents, no glasses, I'm just giving you everything just right off the cuff, okay? So I apologize. But this is a major concern for humanity and natural resources, which is our water supply. This is not a good idea. I don't know who's making the bottom line profit, but I do know that investors want their return quick. And that return at the cost of human lives and wildlife and our land, this could be devastating for all of us, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Hall, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Terry Hall. I live on 118 Independence in the precinct in West Kerr where this would be impacting us. I'm here on behalf of We the People, Liberty and Action. Kerr County and the Hill Country is under a total assault by these foreign interests buying up our land for dangerous lithium battery storage plants. It imperils our safety, the beauty of the Hill Country, and our way of life. Over-reliance on renewables is the net result of what we're seeing here. That's what's pushing this. If we return to reliable, safe energy sources, we wouldn't even be discussing this right now. The danger of fire wiping out our land, and it's a danger to our residents, can't be understated. We rely on volunteer fire departments, especially out in West Kerr. We don't have the resources to contain a lithium battery fire. This will destroy the Hill Country, and it's not going to solve any of our energy problems, as Commissioner Letts was mentioning. How will these fires affect our drinking water? How far will the toxic plume go? I have 8 kids with asthma, 4 with severe asthma. Any of this stuff can set them off into severe respiratory distress and possible death. What if we're within 10 meters of this plume or wherever this fire would happen? And I want to alert everybody, TCEQ does have a public process for this, and that is our Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And it is incumbent on you as commissioners to pass a resolution opposing all of these battery storage plants in Kerr County. You tell them none here. You are not welcome here. And what you can do, besides just passing the resolution, you all need to be involved and present at the TCEQ meetings. They also have someone called a public representative there. They are supposed to represent based on what they hear the public say and make an official recommendation to the TCEQ of whether or not this should be approved in our area. So we all need to be paying attention to all of that. And the other thing the commissioners can do is form a 391 commission. There's been a lot more talk about that lately because of what's been going on with the 30 by 30 land grab. Any of you have been following the muleshoe issue that's happening up in the Lubbock area? It's actually making national news. Margaret Byfield with American Stewards of Liberty is the expert on this, literally the world foremost expert on how to stop these types of things in your county. You should run and not walk to beat her door down to get her expertise on everything that we can do to stop this in our county. And it can be stopped. You haven't even begun to see the fight of Kerr County residents. You have not begun to see it. So we don't want you to sit there and say you're helpless, that there's nothing we can do at the county level. I just gave you 2 things you can be doing at the county level. We're not going to accept this wimpy, namby-pamby response that we can't do anything. When we have government breathing down our neck about virtually every aspect of our lives right now, we can't get government's boot off our necks, and you're telling us you can't do anything? Unacceptable. Please don't sit here and say that. Do everything to stop this. Thank you.
Okay. I understand that our state representative of West Virginia would like to speak.
Elect, representative-elect.
Republican
It seems everybody's calling me that, so it's okay. I'm just going to cover a couple of notes here from my experience with this. So some of you know I had a trucking company for about 10 years. At one point we went and picked up some containers from the Houston port and took it, delivered it. The guy that met me was a Russian engineer that was installing these ports. And I asked him, I said, where did these come from? And he said, China. And then he opened the doors up. These are the same containers with the environmental control, quality, all that in it. 100% from China is where that came from. The week before that, a friend of mine that's in intelligence for a certain agency had expressed to me concern about our infrastructure as having tons of Chinese components put into it across it that they have been able to hack into at any point. So there's strong concern for national security. You mentioned Mason, sir. That's my friend Chris Dyer that owns that property next to that. He had his house up for sale for a year. And Mason, people love Mason. People pay a lot of money to move to Mason. He cannot sell that house. He still has that house right now. Extremely disappointed. I've spent a lot of dinners over there at his house. As far as federal subsidies, these industries that are being propped up right now by these subsidies are not profitable companies. These are investors seeing a chance to get quick money off of our tax dollars. So I 100% disagree with that situation. I think I'm covering everything there, but I think all of our residents, and we have 16 counties in HD 53, and I'm seeing this pop up all over 16 counties where people are coming in, foreign companies seeing an opportunity. There's a foreign company right now trying to invest in methanol production over in Schleicher County. And their opportunity is they don't care about our country, our people, but they see a chance to make a profit, and we should be keeping our money here and not giving it to foreign countries. So these are subsidies we didn't ask for. Appreciate everybody in here also saying that they're willing to fight against that. So thank you all. Appreciate it. I got to step out, but thank you all very much. So.
Thank you. I hope, Mr. Verdell, when you get to Austin, you'll take up some legislation that might be us in this fight.
There is a bill drafted at the moment. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'll only say, I for one would be more than happy to sign a resolution to TCEQ stating that this county is against it.
We'll be trying everything we can. I have one final question for our people from Black Mountain. Y'all,
Yeah.
y'all obviously came to plant a seed for tax abatement.
Yeah.
You don't get one, will you leave?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm on. It's not a deal breaker.
No.
Okay,
And neither are the federal subsidies.
right.
Most of the renewables aren't economic, they're not viable without some form of tax subsidy or abatement. But if you say it is, then good luck to you. I think you'll appreciate that you're really not welcome here in Kerr County.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
I will say, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the fact that you came and were willing to take shots.
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about what you're thinking, because we haven't seen that from anybody else, at least not in the Kerr County project. So
Yeah, I
do
mean,
appreciate your
I'm new to this.
transparency and
Yeah, I'm not like a diehard renewable energy developer or a battery storage developer. If anything, I wish these federal subsidies had nothing to do with it, because then I wouldn't have to defend that question at all these public hearings. What I do appreciate is the utility use of these battery energy storage systems, and I believe that the bottom line safety concern is overhyped. And that there's countless of studies that are gone into place, and they blow these things up on purpose. There have been studies of incidents in the past. There's a reason why they're going up everywhere across the nation. So with that bottom line being overhyped, and with the utility use of them, and the fact that they are useful for our electric grid being responsive, I still believe that they are beneficial to our nation. And therefore, I believe that it's worthwhile for me to continue developing them. I don't need to develop these. I can develop whatever. I could go into a different industry is what I'm saying. So I'm going to keep pushing.
I have one other question. There's been a number of comments about the value of the property near these facilities. Is there a consideration, I mean, one, we don't want you, okay, but, you know, that's first. The second, is there a consideration to buy a buffer around them? Because many people know I drive to Alpine quite a bit. There's one of these facilities between Fort Stockton and Alpine. It's ugly, and it's big. And, you know, I agree with, I mean, it seems to me that even if these facilities go through, which we hope they don't, there should at least be a large enough buffer around it that it doesn't destroy property values there. Because that's something that, you know, that's just not fair to the property. That's just something I wish that all these facilities, this type of facility and other facilities would consider when they're proposed.
I think the landowners, you know, when they're approached by these types of facilities, have to consider what are they going to do to the property values. Maybe they're owned. I know Mr. Thomason down in Centerpoint owns a lot of land adjacent to the property that's being considered for this facility. He's going to shoot himself in the foot with his property values. But what is he doing to his friends and neighbors that live adjacent to him?
I'll say this facility is located in a pretty nice location. It's off the corner of a highway, and the one landowner that we bought from on that corner owns a lot of property around that too. So we'll work with him, and I appreciate the comment, because we can put vegetation around it, and we don't want it to be too close.
We still don't want it.
Y'all have rallied the troops, I'll tell you that though.
I hear you.
And we do appreciate you coming and being open about what you're trying to do.
Thanks for having us.
Anything else? Okay, then we'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene 5 after 10.
Yeah, it started.
One more time. Okay, court, come back to order. Next item on the agenda is item 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to allow Cody Taylor, the Kerrville Independent School District, Ivy High School, to add mulch to the cross-country track course at Flat Rock Park in the dog park area for their track meet scheduled for August 16th, September 28th, and October 9th. And use of park approved by the court order 40596, and work will be done at no cost to the county. Shane Evans.
Yes, sir. It's kind of self-explanatory. He approached me last week. He'd already had found somebody that would donate mulch and stuff, and labor will be provided by volunteers and track students. They have just it's basically just a running path for in the back for in the dog park area for the student runners. And also, the folks at the dog park actually use we've cut a track for them, and the folks in the dog park actually use the track area when I'm not, for walking their dogs and whatnot. But they're just actually wanting to kind of keep the dust down, providing a little bit softer running area for the student,
I have no problem with it. I'll move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second. To approve the cross-country track accepting the mulch at Flat Rock Park. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Quickly, 1.3, consider discussing the appropriate action to accept donations to Kerr County Animal Services totaling $10 for the month of June 2024. Move for approval. Got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Easy. Good job, Rick. Thank you. 1.4, consider discussing the appropriate action to approve the contract with RX Technology for the firewall refresh project. Corey Dennis. And for the public that haven't met Corey Dennis, this is our new IT director.
Morning. Yes, this is a request for approval for some equipment that has reached end of life. RX will come in and set up the new equipment for us, install.
So this is, you'd be going up or then?
It'd be a contract with RX to upgrade equipment that we have in place.
Have the attorneys reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Within budget items?
Yes, it'll actually be funded through the Fund 16 line.
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Overby and a second from Commissioner Gillette. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
1.5. And again, I'm moving quickly, Tracy.
All right.
Consider discussing take appropriate action to approve the nomination committee selection of a county employee to participate in Kerr County Leadership Class 2024-5 and submit an application to the Kerrville Chamber of Commerce. Tracy Sullivan.
The committee met last week, and we would like to present Amber Longenbaugh as our nominee.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Amber Longenbaugh. We've got a motion and a second to approve Amber Longenbaugh as the Kerr County Leadership Class nominee. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 1.6, consider discussing take appropriate action to approve payment of the D&O insurance for the Kerr County Bail Bond Board.
This is our third renewal of same rate as before, so I'm just bringing it to you for approval.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hall, did you want to speak on that?
No, not this one, sorry.
So we have a motion and a second?
No, we don't. No. I'll make a motion that we approve payment for that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Directors and Officers Liability Insurance for the Kerr County Bail Bond Board. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 1.7, consider discussing appropriate action to increase a part-time position in grade 22, step 1 to a full-time position at grade 22, step 4 in the County Attorney's Office as of July 29 of this year.
County Auditor's Office.
County Auditor's Office, what did I say?
County Attorney.
Oh, I'm close. It's upside down.
I got it, what?
County Auditor's Office. Michelle.
Yes, I'm respectfully requesting to change the assistant auditor grants and budgets from a part-time grade 22, step 1 position to a full-time position, grade 22, step 4. And on July 7th, 2022, Commissioners Court approved this field position to be paid at a step 7 based on the experience of the person at that time for 25 hours a week, which was about $38,000 per year. The next person that was hired was a college student, and that pay dropped down to about $32,000 a year. And so at this time, I'm asking for the pay to be moved up to the step 4, which is still in line, and it's based on the experience of the person that's coming in. I'm also requesting it to be moved to a full-time position. There's been a growth in the grants, and even more grants are being requested, as we heard during the budget process. And then there's also the complexity of the grants. Each grant that we receive, most of them have their own website, they have their own rules, and they also have different fiscal years. So grants do take a lot of time on the backside in order to fulfill all of the reporting requirements. This has been tentatively approved by the district judges that set the salaries of the employees in the auditor's office, but per local government code, any increase from one year to the next in the amount budgeted for the expenses of the county auditor must be approved by the Commissioners Court, or any expense for the salary of an assistant auditor, it shall not exceed 5% without the approval of Commissioners Court. The requested salary increases for the current year are about $4,300, which I do have in my budget. This position has been open all year long. And then the second part of that for next year, it would be about a $25,000 increase for the salary, based on the full-time position though. And on this, the 5% of my current budget is about $28,000, is what 5% would be. The increase in the salary for next year is about $25,000. But there are payroll taxes that go along with that, just disclosure.
Well, let me make sure. First of all, does this bring your office up to being fully staffed?
Yes.
Because you're converting part-time to full-time, and now, for the first time in years, your office will be fully staffed.
Yes.
And you've already run this by the district judges, and they've approved this.
They have tentatively approved it. Yes,
Subject
sir.
to our action.
Subject to, and the hearing that will be held.
And the budget.
Okay.
So how many total staff will you have?
I will have I will have 5.
Including yourself?
6, including myself.
I'll make a motion that we go from a part-time position to a full-time position at that step and grade.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve taking this employee from part-time to full-time and up to grade 22, step 4 as presented. Any discussion?
The comment, this is really more for the public a little bit. Auditor's office is a little bit of a strange animal. It's governed by the district judges, not by the Commissioners Court. We have some oversight on budget, but we really don't have any oversight on budget, because if they want to tell us to do it, we have to do it. So they're being, and we get along with district judges, so I'm not throwing rocks up the stairs. But they decide the staffing of that office and the salaries of that office, really. But a question I had for the auditor though, because of your 5% of your budget is $28,000, and this increases is less than that, you really don't have to come to us. You just, it's kind of a, or is it a gray area you have to come to us?
Thank you. To me, it's a gray area because y'all tentatively have already approved what insurance would be given, and so that's kind of set, and indirectly y'all already approved that part. You know, as far as the retirement amount, as far as FICA, all of that is set. So by the time you add all of that, that would take me over the 5%. So it's just kind of disclosure for my entire part, my entire expenses for my office. The other part is the 5%. This is a 7.5% increase from a step 1 to a step 4 is about a 7.5% increase. According to Kerr County policy, I could increase to a step 3 with the HR director's approval. And so I'm asking to go 2.5% above that, roughly speaking.
And that's because of the experience of the individual, as opposed, which is something that's in our policy.
Yes.
So, underpinning the gray area is we're just reaffirming everything we've already agreed to. And so just top it off. This leaves it without being gray at all.
This leaves it what?
Without being gray at all.
Yes.
Yes.
My concern is just the same concern I have with the whole budget. Our county government keeps growing. I realize that grants are an important part, and they do take a lot of time and effort, but man, I really struggle with adding more positions to what's already a budget that's way too high.
Well, I feel the same way, other than just like when we created the position for Noel, or not for her, but she got hired for it. They're saving us money, these grants, working with these grants and stuff. So because of that, that's a need. It's a need.
Any other discussion?
I wish he'd told me that the district judges are going to overrule this, and I'm happy for them to take it out of the way.
Well, this is a part-time to full-time position. We're going to anticipate more.
Tanya, is this person working part-time now with us, or?
No, they're set to come
Okay.
on part-time on the 29th.
Gotcha.
Okay, is there a motion?
And a second.
Motion and a second.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
And any abstentions? Okay, so it's 4-1 vote. Approved. Next agenda item is 1.8. Consider discussion take appropriate action to surplus IT items from the IT department.
Yes, we have a list of items IT would like to surplus. I believe a lot of these have been in storage for a while, and they're trying to get some of that cleared out.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve the surplus of the IT items as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.9, consider discussion take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the addendum to Exhibit A for arbitrage rebate services with BLX Group LLC, Series 2024 tax notes. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, this company takes care of all of our debt and looking and making sure that we're following the arbitrage laws.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the addendum to the Exhibit A for the arbitrage rebate services to BLX Group as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, catching my breath. We'll take the 10 o'clock items now. Item 1.10, public hearing for revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 2, Lot 94. Charlie Hastings.
This is the public hearing.
This
Bobby
is
Orr.
public hearing.
Public hearing. Anybody here to speak to that? Public hearing has been convened. There being no one wishing to speak, public hearing is adjourned. We move on to item 1.11. Consider discuss take appropriate action to report to approve the development plan for the proposed Sun and Moon RV Park rental community. Mr. Gore.
This proposed development plan for an RV park consists of just over 23 acres, and there will be a total of 60 spaces, 60 RV slots done in 2 phases, 30 spaces in the first phase and 30 in the second. There will be inspections required during construction, and a certificate of compliance will be required after construction is complete. In the memo, it mentions in accordance with section 232.007 of the Texas Local Government Code and Exhibit R of the Kerr County Subdivision and Manufactured Home Rental Community Regulations, the steps for approval, construction, and a certificate of compliance are the following. There will be no preliminary construction. Construction of the proposed manufactured housing rental community may not begin before the date the county engineer approves the development plan. The county engineer or commissioner's court may require inspection of the infrastructure during its construction and shall require a final inspection. The final inspection must be completed not later than the second business day after the date the county engineer receives an affidavit from the developer that construction of the infrastructure has been completed in accordance with the approved plan. If the county engineer determines that the infrastructure complies with the plan, the commissioner's court shall issue a certificate of compliance not later than the 5th business day after the date of the final inspection is completed. The county engineer is in receipt of a complete development plan application for Sun and Moon RV Park Rental Community that is in compliance with Kerr County regulations and requests that the court approve said development plan for the proposed Sun and Moon RV Rental Community Precinct 2.
Is this in the ETJ or just past the ETJ?
There is a small sliver of it that is in Kerr's ETJ. But nothing in phase 1.
Just on public water supply,
Yes, the ARPA Texas water supply.
but OSSF?
And OSSF. They'll have one master meter, so it'll essentially be one meter supplying to the RV slots.
Question, just so I understand, with the new water availability requirements and all that, this isn't considered adding locks?
I had that question too. We originally had a concept plan, voluntary concept plan last year before that rule went into effect. So those rules are a little bit different with RV plans anyway, but even if so, we in effect had an application in before that rule.
And Headwaters has signed off on the plan already.
Headwaters. Right.
RV park.
Yeah, and they have the calculations, the water calculations that Headwaters was not at that concept plan, but the developer was in contact with them previously, and Headwaters responded to Charlie and I about the usage and that it was in compliance.
Move approval.
And they did sign the development plan.
For your percent line. Okay.
I'm not thrilled about it though, but I don't think we can deny it.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the development plan as presented for the Sun and Moon RV Park Rental Community. Any discussion?
Other than a comment, these RV parks do meet housing needs in the community, and we do need them. So housing is a important issue. That's kind of not overly fond of them, but at the same time, they do serve a need, and people need a place to live. So, and they're complying with all the rules, so.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
They're complying with our subdivision manufactured home rules, so.
Follows the rules, gets approved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.12. You don't look like Donnie.
No, I was supposed to be off today. Kind of forgot about all of the other things.
112 is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to go out for annual bids for delivered fuel. Kelly Hopper is doing it on the house.
Yes. We are asking the court to give authorization for us to go out for delivered fuel bids. Once we put out the bids, we will come back to the court to open the bids on September 9th, 2024, and also award the bids in court at that time.
I move for approval. Second.
A motion and a second to approve going after annual bid for delivered fuel as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 113, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for Commissioners Court approval of a general contract with Schilling Overhead Door for door project at Center Point Yard, Road and Bridge Department.
This project is for the installation of two 10-foot by 8-foot roll-up doors. These new doors will provide upgraded security of the building at the Center Point Yard that's on Kelly Street. The county attorney has reviewed this contract. I don't know how many of you have been to Center Point Yard, but the old doors are ones that you pull up from the bottom, you pull the whole door up, and then you've got to try to find the stick to get the stick up underneath it so that big heavy door doesn't fall on you. When I worked the field, I had to pull those doors up one time, and they
You
are
don't need
really,
just a new stick?
You just hope that that stick is somewhere where you can reach it. But at this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of this general contract, and thank you for your consideration.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Schilling Overhead Door for door project at the Center Point Yard. Any more discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 1.14, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to determine how to allocate remaining ARPA funds. Noah Putnam.
I just put this on the agenda again. I don't know if you guys are ready yet to make any sort of recommendations at this point in time. I just wanted it to be on the agenda in case there were decisions that have been made. I feel like we can pass on it until a later date. You do have the proposed projects still there, and the judge has allocated for pretty much all of them within his budget.
It is really more appropriate to talk about this during budget workshop.
Well, that's the way we've been doing it, but she has to put it on. And
Okay. So there's no
Just
decision.
in case there's any, just in case you're ready to go forward on any of these, great, it's here. If not, it will be here the next time again, so. If I would like to pass, I'd be more than happy for you to pass it.
Talk about it this afternoon, 2 o'clock.
We'll come back to
we'll
that.
pass on it.
But I guess I would just ask this one question, if you could elaborate, once again, for my benefit, but perhaps for the public. What's left of ARPA funds that we need to commit? Because there was confusion between the $323,000 versus some of the documents showed over $800,000. So is that just a difference of interest, or is it some other things that we thought other projects would spend, but now it looks like they don't?
I would not be able to address that question directly. I do know that we have about 380 some odd thousand left to commit. The budget does have an overcommittal, which is, I would assume, similar to what the judge spoke about as far as the deficit budget. We do have interest left. That could be something that is considered, but those projects are all recommended. They're all ARPA-approved good projects. And so it's up to the board to decide which ones of those they would like to use for ARPA money, or if they would like to allocate other monies from somewhere else. But any one of those would qualify for ARPA spending, however you choose to fund them.
I guess I'm just asking for clarification. Are we needing to commit $323,000 worth, or a bigger number?
You would need.
Let's get Michelle to answer that question.
Okay, great.
Okay, strictly speaking, right now, currently, we have obligated all but about the 324,000. 320. However, we've looked into what the spending has been through June, and we have projected out how much will be left over when we finish. And we've got that amount to be somewhere around $136,000. We also have, through June, we have interest of $803,000 roughly from the inception that has not been spent. So the projects that have been approved will all be spent using either the ARPA money or the ARPA funds. We need to obligate more than the and 20,000 though, because of just, there'll be some differences by the end of the year. So we need to make sure that we fully obligate 100% of the ARPA funds. It's a,
That's fine, I was just kind of looking for greater clarification around what that number is.
Thank you. Does the interest have to be obligated?
No.
the interest
No.
does not. It can be spent on a much wider array
And I
of
believe
projects.
you clarified in the last time we talked about this, that the interest is already factored into the budget.
A portion of the interest in Judge Kelly's budget, he proposed spending, I want to say it was, just give me a second, I can get the number, $926,503. So in that, he is projecting on spending a portion of the interest, yes. And I've used the term, it should be better, I should probably be saying using Fund 30, because all of the interest for ARPA is in Fund 30, and so I probably made it more confusing by just calling the whole thing ARPA.
And the way I would describe it is, I don't want to tiptoe close to any line that's going to subject us to potential clawback.
Sure.
And so if we overcommit with the ARPA funds to cover our backside, I'd rather do that than to lose them.
And I'm okay with that. I wanted to understand what's our target number.
And I asked her weekly. She tells me. And I said, well, let's tip up a little bit closer to it. All right. So that's what we're doing. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 115, which is a discussion regarding the proposed budget and tax rate. And I think we've got Mr. Doug Walters left. So Mr. Barudi's here. Did you want to address that?
Yeah, I thought you guys were going to talk first, so I know what I was saying. Here we go. This is good. George Rudy, 1616 Glen Road. These are just general statements. I assume that's sort of what this topic is. I'm not really sure. Because I'm not going to be able to be at the workshop, and my questions aren't really, or statements aren't really about the details of the budget. It's kind of some quotes that I was reading in the paper. One is that the city does this too, but this notion that somehow Kerr controls the budget revenue is just backwards. You guys create the budget, you create your spending, and with your gap that you have from your service revenues to what you're actually trying to spend, you back your way into a tax rate. And so Kerr doesn't drive the revenue, you all do, in whatever you determine is your budget. The other thing is, the statement was quoted as being that the budget just cannot be balanced. Well, yes it can. Obviously you got to make tough choices, but you got to make them now instead of as the year progresses. I've asked this question before in the court about deficit budgets. It's kind of, I classified it as lazy budgeting, because all you're doing is deferring the decisions, and then you're eventually going to defer expense, because you are approving a budget for department heads that says you can spend this much, knowing full well you'll never have that much. So you're going to have to make cuts as the year progresses. I don't know any department head that would like to have to make those decisions as the year is progressing. It's just not really a good way to plan. And you can make these choices now. The other thing is, when you are budgeting this way with this deficit, and you're also on the other side giving away some of your tax dollars to developers to bring on more expense to your county, you're basically double whamming a hole in your budget, as you're going to be doing with this housing development that you guys are, I guess, going to be approving. But the other thing is, just in general terms, when you're looking, this is really hard for the public to understand, as well as, I'm guessing, you guys, when you're making your comparisons from last year to this year, and you're showing last year's budget to this year's budget, you're missing a very important part, which is last year or current year's actual spending, because that's really what you're basing your budget, you should be basing your budget on, is what did you really spend currently. And you might give each department, a raise of
in their thing, but you're gonna base it on that baseline. Was that my time? Which is fine, because I was done anyways. So, all right, well, thank you.
Ms. Hall, did you want to speak on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from.
All right, again, Terry Hall on 118 Independence, speaking on behalf of Liberty in Action about the budget. It does help to hear your comments and what you're going to do before we comment, but I'll just give you my thoughts. Let's start with President Trump. I found it notable in his very excellent 2-hour speech last Thursday that he's telling voters tax relief is on the way. That his job is going to be make America affordable again. But Kerr County Commissioners apparently aren't getting that message, because that's not what we're getting at the local level. Yet every one of you claims to be a Republican. What are you doing? You're making America less affordable, particularly Kerr County. You're making housing less affordable, especially for young people, young workers, and growing families. 4% across the board pay raises in the Biden economy after 2 years in a row of 5% increases. Your constituents aren't getting that. And even if they get a tiny, tiny raise 1 year, inflation's erased it all. This is absolutely what drives voters crazy about government, because it operates in its own little silo like it doesn't affect anybody else around them. The county is not the only employees you need to worry about. We elected you to take care of the taxpayers and the residents as a whole, not just your county workers. And the way we do these across the board things, nothing's based on actual merit or performance. It's just everybody gets it, regardless of work performed. This is how government's grown out of control. We cannot hand out willy-nilly pay raises to everybody anymore. We can't afford this much government. We are the ones who hired you, and we're telling you we can't afford this budget. There's nothing worse than having tone-deaf elected officials, especially with what we've seen happen in the last week. You work for us, and we can't afford this, and particularly a move for public transit. There is nothing more of a sinkhole to these city budgets than public transit. And that's something I know quite a bit about. I have sat in transportation committee hearings and TxDOT commission hearings and public hearings all across this state for nearly 20 years. There's not one public transit system that is not heavily subsidized by government. And it is a complete sinkhole that nobody rides, nobody uses, it's not nimble enough. Rideshare took care of it. Why are we still even talking about it? It is not going to make Kerr County a better place. We already have ART and other forms of transportation for those that really need that. And then sales tax and property tax, new property taxes coming online, have continued to increase in this county. So you're continuing to get more money without having to raise anybody's taxes, yet you blow through all that and still want to raise our taxes. So what do we want? We want a no new revenue budget, and for you to stop making existing residents pay for cheaper housing for new residents.
Anyone else on item 115? Jerry?
Jerry Wolf. I live at 509 North Blackboard. I'm not really well prepared this morning, but I'll have several thoughts on mine. I wanted to speak it. How do y'all proposing to make up this deficit of what, about $10 million in the proposed budget? Is it through tax increase, or is it through taking money out of a rainy day fund? There's no answer to how you're going to make up the deficit?
Jerry, I explained that my experience with the deficit budget in the county is we have not had one in the 8 years that I've been involved. Although we adopt one, but there never is a deficit. What happens is we over budget. And that's what happens with the department heads and the elected officials. They all put a little something in, a little something extra for the rainy day. We have a contingency fund at the county level. And at the end of the fiscal year, we have more money that is unspent because of the over budgeting, that we've never had a deficit. That's the way I've explained it. I tried to balance it out, and nobody would agree with me, because they all had their own way of doing their budget.
Another thing, 'cause I've been doing this a long, long time.
Yeah.
Be bad when I'm done doing it. But county government is odd from the standpoint is that we cannot change our budget during the year. So road and bridge, for example, say they want to totally plans on resurfacing 50 miles of road. Well, say she gets, so we have to budget that. She may not get to 50, but we have to budget that. Otherwise, she won't have the materials to do it. And we hope and she may be able to get there. We hope she does, because we need to keep our roads up. But we have bad weather and things like that, that do come up. So we have to budget for certain things. We can't add, we can do the budget amendments during the year, but we can't add or change our budget much during the year. So we do over budget, and it's been that way pretty much for, I think maybe 1 year since the 28 years I've been a commissioner, that we didn't have an excess, and there it was about even. The part of it is, and the other part of it is employees. We never know where there's going to be employee openings. So we budget for all the employees, and that's by far our big part of our budget. So, that's the reason we have it, in my opinion anyway, the reason we have a deficit budget. Because we, as soon as one person doesn't, leaves or whatever, we always have openings. We have 360 employees.
We're never fully employed.
Yeah. He makes a good point. We budget for 100% employment, and we never have 100% employment. And that's where that over budgeting comes in. But we have to budget for that position, because if we have them, we have to pay them. If we don't have it in the budget, we can't bring them on.
But the percentage of this gap, this large gap of $10 million, seems like that's a lot more than depending on future conditions are going to fall right, and we can be within the budget. I don't understand why you don't go back to the departments and say everybody has to cut. I don't know what the magic number is, but it says 20%, 15%. Submit a new budget to them.
If you look at most departments individually, I don't know, I haven't looked at all of them. There are very few that increase their budget. And a number of them have decreased their budget from last year, or stayed constant. Most of them, I would say, I bet there's no more than maybe 5% variance in departments. Probably less than that if you take them all together. So,
the biggest variable that we've struggled with for the last 2 fiscal years has been ARPA and the bond proceeds for the animal shelter. And we have to put those in the budget even though we haven't spent them. Because if we don't have it in the budget, we can't write the check to pay for it. And the ARPA, this is the last, we have to have it all obligated by the end of this year. Not spent, but obligated by the end of this year. And so that's why you see it balloon for the last 2 years. But the total budget amount jumped up because we've got over $5 million in bond proceeds and $10 million in ARPA funds, of which, we still haven't spent the vast majority of that. Now we're going to spend a bunch of it in fiscal year 24-25. That's the hope, as we get that communication system up and running, and the special projects that we talked about earlier. But that's what the real aberration is about the budget. Is we've got funds in there that we can't spend, or haven't been able to spend, and we're trying to spend, and we're doing it, as prudently as we can.
Okay, I still think with this large gap that you're facing, you're going to have to start changing some thinking here, and I think what was just said by Ms. Hall. What are you doing subsidizing housing in Kerrville? Why are you paying people to come move here? I wasn't made to go live any place I ever lived at. That makes no sense whatsoever. Then to get involved in public transportation of the bus system for a city of 25,000 people, when we have, 2 or 3 charitable organizations that are providing transportation to people in great need. It doesn't make any sense. And here you have a budget deficit and you want to throw money at it. You want to throw money at an apartment complex. Why? If a housing complex, whether it's apartments or individual housing, and a builder or developer can't come in and show he can, and on his paper, on his calculation, show that he can't make a profit on just what he does himself, he can't make money unless he goes to government entities to get handouts, that project isn't viable, period. And then I've heard now that there's $1 million overrun on the animal shelter. That's ridiculous. That is what, close to a 20% overrun?
I don't know where you got that number. That number's not what we said. The last Commissioner Court, we cut some things out or put them as alternate.
Yeah.
And we expect it to come in within budget.
Okay, so you're going to be within budget, all right.
Well, no, there are things that we had hoped to put in there that we now have as alternate, and we made some adjustments. It may come in over budget, I'm not sure. It depends when we get the bids back.
Well, how much over budget?
When we get the bids back, we'll know if it's over budget or not.
It's just been put out to bid.
It hasn't been put out yet. It will be put out in the next month.
Well, there's another thing that unknown that's hanging over your head about money that you're going to have for next year. I know that you got to get this deficit down from the $10 billion. There's just no way around it. Thank you.
Anyone else on item 115? Okay, moving on to item 1.16, consider and discuss and approve the contract change for Park Intercivic to upgrade the election equipment from version 2.4.2 to version 2.5.2, and the upgrade operating systems. Ms. Alter.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. And Denise, if you will hand them out the contract change that was from Hart for the upgrade from 2.4 to 2.5. We've been using 2.4, and I just found this information in my predecessor's emails this weekend. The 2.5 is the final version for that supports the DRE systems. It also will speed up the scanning when the ballot is being scanned. And the 2.4 runs on the Windows 7 base, and the 2.5 runs on the Windows 10, which is a more a better system in that. And since this is going to be such a big and busy election, I'd like to have the equipment with the most current version on it to run in top.
You're wanting to do that for the November election?
For the November election, yes, ma'am.
Where is the contract that you're referring to?
It's I believe it was the very first sheet.
That's the contract?
Yes, the letter from that has Hart, the letter to inform the Secretary of State of the change in the contract change. The Hart is upgrading the Texas from to the 2.5. That's what these.
You and I met last week on Tuesday, and we talked about this, and you said this wasn't coming this
I was
year.
talking about where we have to upgrade. This doesn't change the equipment from paper, the DREs, to run a paper. And this is the same system as we have now. It's the operating system, and version is a newer system on it. It's not the.
So is there a cost associated with this upgrade?
It's in my budget. The cost of it is $11,000 in that, but it's already in my budget in the maintenance expense that I have.
This is really just a routine upgrade.
Yes, sir.
$11,000?
Yes. 11,532.
And the packet you handed out basically says that the Secretary of State verifies it's certified upgrade.
Yes, this is correct.
Do you actually have a copy of the certificate of conformance that's been signed by the chairman of the EAC?
I do not have that with me, no, I do not have that.
I'd sure like to see that because there are lawsuits across this state contesting the November constitutional amendments. And in fact, it's got people concerned enough that SB 6, what was passed in the last legislative session, it hasn't passed the House yet, but that's trying to accelerate the amount of time that the judges have to hear and settle this case, or it's multiple cases. And of course, you have constitutional amendments that apparently the governor has said it was a valid election, and so people are getting tax breaks, and retired teachers are getting additional income, yet the election itself is contested, and it has not yet been resolved. And it all goes back to this issue of whether these machines have been properly certified, or at least the BSTLs that are used to test and prove that the equipment gives us reliable, trustworthy results and meets all of the criteria. So I just don't see how we can do it without seeing a valid certificate of conformance that's signed by the chairman of the EAC, which is what's required. And that's what these lawsuits are all about. We never had one before, which is why I didn't approve this, the adoption of the Hart intercivic already last year.
Yes, sir.
We'll do it again until we see a valid certificate.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, I don't see any evidence that 2.5.2 has been certified by the EAC. The Secretary of State keeps telling us, but the onus for ensuring that we have valid certificates is on this Commissioner's Court, not on the Secretary of State, not on the Governor. And if we approve something that's not legal, then all of us can and should be removed from office. So how do we resolve it? And
I will
I
get
know you
out.
don't know the answer because
Yes, sir.
they don't know the answer up in Austin.
So you just don't want to have an election?
No?
I'm trying to figure out the solution.
What? It's you have an election and you don't use machines. Because there is a solution, it's hand counting, and Chapter 65 is approved, and you don't need any machines to hand count and tabulate. You use 100% paper ballots. So there is a solution. Yes, sir, I'd be happy to do that.
I'll make a motion that we approve these and,
Discussion. Discussion.
Well, we're not supposed to have discussion until we have the motion. That could set the floor. So we have a motion and a second. And who all wants to address this?
I'll make a comment, nobody in the 2 years we've been talking about this has yet to show me anything that shows that the elections in Kerr County have not been done legally and correct. I've been, so that's my reason for going forward with it. I mean, it's been looked at, there's been countless open records requests, and still, nobody has come to me with anything actually that shows that our elections in this county have not been run properly. So that's fine.
And we have a paper session. We have paper ballot.
Okay.
I guess I will remind you that we had a gentleman that came and informed the court of this very issue over a year ago. So, in terms of the legality, well, it's pending in the courts. And that's unfortunate.
Okay, Jacob, is it Wellets?
Wellness.
Jacob Wellnitz, I'm in Precinct 2, Jeffrey Scott Road. My name is Jacob Wellnitz. I bring to the court almost 2 decades of experience in IT and cybersecurity, where I currently specialize in protecting critical national infrastructure against significant threats. I've responded to incidents involving oil and natural gas refineries targeted by state actors and institutions like hospitals, schools, and financial institutions afflicted by cyber attacks such as extortion and ransomware. Today I wish to bring to your attention several concerns that I have. First, I've observed that my emails to this court have been systematically blocked by the county's email system. One of those emails was actually about this issue, which is why it's relevant to this agenda item. This is concerning not just for myself, but raises questions of how many other constituents haven't had their voices heard by their elected representatives. I have provided message trace records, item 1.1 in the handout that I handed the court, proving that the emails were delivered to the county system. As you can see, Microsoft says that the emails were in fact delivered. This is a critical communication flaw and needs to be immediately addressed by county IT and the court to fix the lines of communication between constituents and their government. I've also provided both the emails that I sent on Friday that were not delivered, and I have confirmed with Commissioner Paces that he did not receive those emails. Second, I would like to discuss a recent incident involving CrowdStrike updates that disrupted Maricopa County's voting system. While we are not in Arizona, and while we may not use the same voting system as Maricopa County, it's pertinent that we consider this as we discuss upgrades to our own systems. I have provided a letter that was sent to the Maricopa County recorder about the incident, as well as the official notice from Maricopa County elections about the disruption. They are currently having their Republican primary, which I know is kind of defunct considering the RNC had already happened. However, they still have to go through the process. To mitigate such risks as a countywide outage, I propose that we move to paper poll books because that was what was impacted in Maricopa County and was preventing people from voting because the e-poll books were not functional. That ensures confidence in our elections. I also am an advocate for hand-marked paper ballots. Third, regarding 1.16, it's concerning that the contract amendment with Hart Intercivic is not in the court materials. I looked for it. It is not there. Transparency is paramount, especially when it involves the election infrastructure. Amending a contract without public or commissioner oversight appears to bypass the very essence of this court's duty. This is evidenced by the lack of the contract being placed somewhere around pages 91 and 92 of the court materials. It is simply not there. And of course, you know where the agenda was posted. The public in the court should not approve any changes to the contract with Hart Intercivic without seeing the contract that is to be amended first, and then the amendments to that contract. That way there's a full understanding of any changes that are done on my behalf as a citizen of this county by y'all. Lastly, it's crucial that we address the upgrades to the Hart Intercivic version 252 as proposed. It is not certified by the Election Assistance Commission per their website. If you look at the EAC website, only version 2.5, not 2.5.2 has been certified. And so none of the subsequent point releases, such as 2.5.1 and 2.5.2, have a certificate of compliance on the website. That contravenes Texas election code, which requires a valid EAC certification. We can have a discussion about the signing of the certification, but I'm not here to discuss that. I have included a screenshot from the EAC website under item 4.1. As you can see, it was practice for the EAC to certify each point release up until 2.4. It was practice to certify every point release up to 2.4. This has not been done for 2.4 or 2.5. Therefore, 2.5.2 is not certified. Instead, the certificate only applies to the initial release of the software platform. In conclusion, these issues are not just technical, but strike the heart of our democratic processes. It is our responsibility to ensure our election infrastructure is transparent and secure. I urge the court to consider these points carefully to uphold the integrity of our election systems. I'm happy to answer any questions the court should desire.
Thank you.
Rich, he said he asked you if you got a certain email. Did you run it by IT?
I haven't had the chance to, but because you sent it Friday evening.
Right.
We need to look.
Yeah.
You tell me, did you get this? So. Nor did I.
Alicia Bell?
Alicia Bell, Precinct 1. I'm here to, not even quite sure what I'm going to say, but there is so much question about these machines all across the country. It's not just in Kerr County. I don't know why you seem to think that if it's happening in another county, that it's not happening here. If you're not looking for something, you're not going to find it. You know, the writing is on the wall, and I do have to tell you that 2020 was stolen. It was stolen, and every single one of you on this court know it. And if anybody who continues to want to use these machines, you want to cheat. I'm sorry, you want to cheat. We need to get the machines out. We need to go to paper poll books, hand count paper ballots. We need to get the machines out because the writing is on the wall. Thank you.
Okay. Jared Woodward.
Good morning, Jared Woodward, 16511 Stone Ridge Drive in San Antonio. Commissioner Pace has already touched on the legality of the voting systems. They have not been tested by a certified or a accredited voting system test laboratory, so they don't meet the standards of Texas to be used. Now, it is not illegal for you guys to purchase an illegal system, okay? It is not illegal for you to adopt an illegal system. It only becomes illegal, or it only becomes illegal when it's used. So that very first day of early voting, as soon as that system is used, boom, the crime has been committed. And I say crime because there are criminal penalties associated, not just civil. So the civil side is that you can be removed from office for either incompetence or official misconduct under Chapter 87, Local Government Code. But the criminal side of it is in the Texas Election Code under election fraud. I think it's 276.013A83. And what it says is if you knowingly prevent a voter from casting a legal ballot that they are entitled to cast in that election, then that's a crime, okay? And because you've been provided information that the voting systems are not legal to use, and then you decide whether you believe it or not without doing your due diligence to double check, and the only way that you can prove it is to provide a certificate for SLI compliance or Pro V&V that is signed by the chair of the commission. That's the only way that you'll be able to prove it on the civil side in court, because civil, right, you're guilty until proven innocent. Criminal, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely.
Well, okay, well, I can say anything that I want in a civil lawsuit, right? And then you have to come in and rebut it. Okay, so that's why I'm saying guilty until proven innocent, okay?
In a civil lawsuit, whoever brings the lawsuit has the burden of proof by the preponderance of the evidence their allegation.
Correct, and then the court has to take everything that I said, or that a plaintiff says initially as true.
No.
Yes.
Well, sorry, I've been practicing law 50 years, you're wrong.
All right, well, I'll take that wrong one, okay? But there is still a criminal side of it, and that's you guys preventing a voter from casting a legal ballot. Because if you use an illegal machine, that vote that's cast and counted using that system is illegal. They're not intended to be counted. Okay, and that is the premise of the election contests for the November election. If you remember I think it was August in my last email to you guys, I told you that that was going to be happening. And so now where we're at with that is that the governor was prohibited from certifying the election, and he just did it anyways, okay? And Rich brought up the SB6 hearing, which means that all of your senators know about that as well, and they've stayed completely silent, okay? Your House representatives know about it. Your district attorneys here, both of them here in this county, know about it, and no one is talking about it. And so, as citizens of Texas, okay, this isn't a political issue, this isn't right or left, this is the unconstitutional amending of our Constitution by our state officials. And so I was trying to convey last year that they're lying to you, and so this should be a good example. You guys can look up Texas Constitution, Article 8, 1-B, okay? That was Prop 4 for your property tax homestead exemptions going up to $100,000. It says pending in the Constitution, so how are we getting tax breaks? Thank you, sir.
Gary Hall.
and Terry Hall with Liberty in Action on 118 Independence, I want to bring up something about CrowdStrike, because I'm not sure that a lot of people have put these things together. It is actually owned by a Ukrainian company, and it's the same Ukrainian company that initially accused and was involved in the accusations against President Trump of the Russia hoax. Same company. Who do you think is in the crosshairs with Ukraine more than any other American on the planet, or really any person on the planet? Well, it's Donald Trump, because he's pledged to end the war. So I find it very curious that CrowdStrike brings down half of America's digital systems on the night of his acceptance speech. I don't think that's an accident. I think that was a shot across the bow. And it also helped us get insight into what can happen to our digital election machines, our voting machine. Because we now know that can happen on election day, or even during early voting, whatever, by a nefarious foreign entity that wants to mess with U.S. elections, which we know full well Ukraine wants the money to keep flowing. And they know that the man that's going to stop that is Donald Trump. So to sit here and act like we're not vulnerable to any of this is to have your head in the sand. This absolutely could affect the presidential election in November. So we would like to maybe propose a compromise, which won't surprise you. We do need hand-marked paper ballots, there's no question. If hand counting is not deemed feasible by the majority of the court, then use them by scanning dumb machines that cannot be connected to the internet and are literally just a tally machine. But you cannot use these hard intercivic machines, and you certainly shouldn't be voting to upgrade them right now. Given the court case, SB 6, and what we know about CrowdStrike alone should give you enough pause to wait on this. I would encourage you to come hear Senator Bob Hall tonight. He's going to be at the YO, and he's going to be talking about election integrity and where we're at with that as a state. So we're asking you to table this for now. And if nothing else, for sure we have to get back to paper poll books. None of this stuff should be all, we cannot rely on digital anymore. We've got to understand this. None of the delegates hardly could get home from the RNC convention. We had hospital systems go down. We had payment systems go down. Like half of America was down for what, 2 or 3 days? All at, we're on our knees from a foreign company that is a bad actor coming in with this kind of and this was just a software update. It wasn't even a cyber attack. Imagine if it was, which one did happen exactly a month prior in June. There was a cyber attack. So I think that we're literally needing to shore up our very vulnerable systems before we even think about trying to upgrade this hard intercivic on an uncertified machine and all the questions that are floating around about this. So I hope to see you there tonight for Live at 6.
Feel free to place that on the thing. So, any other discussion?
Just have a question, Nadine. Timing wise, are going forward with the elections using the hard machines that's been decided already. What's the timing for the upgrade?
The upgrade can happen this week in that.
I mean, what's the latest?
Is there a deadline?
Is there a deadline?
No, there's not a deadline. I mean, there's not a deadline for it in that. I was just trying to do it in this budget cycle, yes. And in regards to Mrs. Hall's comment about the HART system, it is not connected to the internet. The machines are not connected to the internet, nor is the tabulating computer.
The electronic poll pads, though.
They only during early voting are they connected so that Ingram and Kerrville can talk to each other, so a person cannot go from Kerrville to Ingram to vote twice.
Report to the Secretary of State every day. Right.
That is from the team system that the tax office uses in the voter registration.
But again, what's your plan if we have another meltdown, another CrowdStrike issue, or simply our grid goes down? With the electric grid, we've already seen it go down before. How do people vote?
We have paper ballots.
We still vote.
The internet went down during
Only
early
if
voting.
you have paper
Did
poll
it not?
pads and
This
if you
early
have paper
voting?
ballots.
And
then
it
you
didn't,
continue
yeah.
to vote.
it didn't affect our voting.
No.
Yeah.
let's get back in order.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second, pending on the floor, for item 16, which is to consider and discuss and approve the contract change for Park Intercivic to upgrade the election equipment from version 2.4.2 to version 2.5.2 and upgrade operating systems.
I think we need to pump the brakes. There's not a deadline. Let's wait a little bit.
Who made the motion? You did?
Who made the motion? I'm good with going forward. I mean, I vote on a paper ballot every time I vote in Kerr County, and always have. And there's, according to as I understand, there's accommodations made to those that want to use electronic. I choose not to. Anyone that's concerned has an option not to. I don't see it. I have a letter from the Secretary of State saying that they certify the upgrade. I'm ready to go.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
And those abstaining? Opposed? 3-2. Motion carries. Item 1.17, consider discussing ordering the 2024 general election.
Yes, this is to order the November election for all the voting for these candidates that are on the ballot. The last day to order the election is August the 19th. The next Commissioners Court meeting that it could be ordered is August the 12th, and my staff and I will be in Austin at the Secretary of State's convention at that time. And there's no first day you can order it now or even earlier. It could have been ordered in that.
I make a motion to approve ordering the 2024 general election.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordering the general election.
What she has in there is, the order for the election is based on using the Hart Verity 2.5.2 system. So you approved it, but it has the same objection that I find, is we're adopting a system that's.
So after the 19th, what are you going to do? Have an election?
We just don't use this equipment.
So you can't go forward on, you can't not go forward on pending litigation. It's pending.
Motion? Is there a second?
Yes, I seconded it.
Got a motion and a second to approve ordering the general election this November. Discussion. We've got two people on the agenda, requested to speak. Alicia Bell,
Who was the other person? 'Cause
Jarrett Wood.
I'll give my time to Jarrett.
Okay.
Jared Woodward, 16511 Stone Ridge Drive, San Antonio. I think that your county is in a very good position to switch over to the hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots to conduct a legal election. You've had very exciting community involvement that want to do this process. You have more than enough volunteers to be able to properly staff every precinct. And something else to take into consideration, I know that this ballot secrecy thing has come up with the machines recently with the countywide polling place program. I know that you guys don't participate in that, so thank you. But there is still a vulnerability doing precinct-based voting with these voting systems. And I think that it has to do with the poll pad. When you're checked in, there are timestamps, okay? And those have to be there for the logs to be auditable for the actions that these systems take. So you have a timestamp when you're checked in, and you also have a timestamp when you cast your ballot and run it through that tabulator. So if you are the only voter that came into that precinct and then cast their ballot, and no one else was coming or going during that time, those timestamps could be utilized by somebody requesting public information records if they knew the general time frame that you had gone to vote. You can tie that vote back to a voter. And so, yes, it's more difficult than countywide polling place program to sift through the data, but it's still possible. And so, with it being possible, that violates ballot secrecy, which is the requirement, the very first requirement in Chapter 122. So, I think that a way to get past that is the paper poll books, right? Because you don't have any data points that can be connected back to voters. And that's the problem with these systems, that they're creating the data points that are tying these actions to voters, which can be deciphered and through a process of elimination. That's the main question.
I also understood that in our last primary election, 4 people checked in and voted but did not sign the e-poll pad.
I'm not aware of that.
They're fallible. Yeah, you wouldn't know about that.
That's just another argument to kind of look at it from ballot secrecy.
I fully endorse and support paper poll pads. I'll make a motion in our next commissioner's court meeting that's detailed along those lines, because the Texas election code allows us to modify our adoption at any point in time prior to the election. And it won't require any vote.
That's not before the court today.
No, it's not.
What is before the court is whether to order the election or not. Is there any more discussion? Yes, sir?
I had both 1.16 and 1.17.
Pardon?
On the form that I filled out, I had both 1.16 and 1.17 on it. I did not know, did we have to submit a form? Okay. So back to the e-poll books, since I had a lot in my first one, this should be relatively short. E-poll books obviously are connected to the internet during early voting. We've already heard that, which is why I say paper poll books, to save us from an outage. I'm not talking about cyber attack, I'm talking about just a plain old IT outage, right? Happens all the time. It was brought into the forefront with the Maricopa County thing, which is why I'm mentioning it. Normally I wouldn't even be up here, right? I'm taking time off work to come talk to you guys because this is important to me. And so paper poll books are where I would suggest the court go, besides the mentions about confidentiality. When we talk about information security, we talk about confidentiality, integrity, and access, right? So we want those 3 things we're talking about information security, okay? Confidentiality and integrity are what our election systems should be focused on, okay? Access, there's all this push to let anybody basically vote in other states, not so much here, okay? The only way we're gonna have confidentiality and integrity is if we do not use digital systems, because we could have an outage, we could have, let's say one of the polling locations that has no power, poll book has no power. How are those people in that precinct? Hosanna Lutheran Church is my voting location usually. If our barn, which is the building that we use, doesn't have power, what the heck do we do? I can't go vote. I generally vote on election day, okay? I've seen no disaster recovery plan. I have seen no contract with Hart Intercivic about how they handle all this stuff. I've seen none of it. I looked for it. I can't find it. So I urge the Commissioner's Court to figure out how we handle disasters going forward, because it has happened now. I have documented proof with Maricopa County it has happened. I need y'all, in order to protect my vote, to figure out what we're gonna do if we have something happen. I know it might happen, it might not happen, but every business I work with has an incident response plan. We need an incident response plan, we need a disaster recovery plan, we need plans to deal with these problems, and I have not seen it, nor have I seen a contract from Hart Intercivic laying out their responsibility should something happen. Thank you.
I'll just say, I know Jacob Williams very well. He is my go-to IT guru, and he is as qualified as they come. So, thank you, Jacob.
Okay. Back to the agenda item before the court. There's a motion and a second to order the 2024 general election. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstained?
He voted yes.
Good. 4-1. Okay. 1.18, update regarding the new animal control facility.
It won't take long on the front, but when things are progressing. I will say that for future commissioners' courts, I hope you never design a building by committee. Yeah, I have gone through back in the past couple of weeks. I have 4 pages that we received from KPA July 2023. Then I have another February of 2023. I don't know how many pages it is, probably a 20-page document about giving us all input from various groups close to KPA as to how we design our facility. And I'll say that, you know, probably 90% of the suggestions they made were incorporated in. Some of them did add a little some cost, but I think they made sense. But it was just really I wanted to say I really don't understand why there's been such an uproar about this. KPA evidently is irritated with at least me. They won't return my calls. They won't meet with Peter Lewis, the architect. They were been asked recently to get a live look at the plans, and they said no, that they gave their information a year ago. But the bottom line is I just want to let everyone know that a lot of the input they made was very, very good. And almost all of it was incorporated. There's a few things that weren't incorporated, such as they wanted shelving put in all the rooms. And their shelving is not in the contract in most of the rooms because we're not really sure how it's all going to work, and we would rather add shelving after the facility is being used. I mean, you're talking about a minor cost here. But most of the things, you know, drains and floors and all this stuff. So I just want to let everyone know that most of the input that we received from KPA primarily and Freeman and Fritz, and other residents, and several extensive visits to the Atascosa Animal Facility, where they have a really remodeled after that. I've received several emails and things that were very, they didn't use the word luxurious, but it was similar to luxurious facility. It's a bare bones metal building. There's nothing fancy. I will say that the cost is high. There's a lot of extra things that are needed. Air conditioning units have to all be separate for quarantine rooms and other areas. Anyway, everything's going as planned. Hopefully, I think Jerry made a comment about there being a $1 million overrun. Don't think it would be that much. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it comes in within budget. That's why we came through the court and we made a number of things alternates that needed to be added. If they come in within budget, we may do it, we may not. We'll decide at that point. But hopefully it appears that the facility will come in based on the estimate we had recently, right about on amount. And there's one other thing with CIP. There's been a lot of discussion about animal security and animal cages or kennels. A lot of those items are placeholders in the bond for them. So CIP would have said some of their indications correct. There were numbers in there, but those numbers, security is an example. They just had an arbitrary number for that. That had to be done through our sheriff's department, through Guardian, and we're working with Guardian who does our sheriff's department and all our security. And that, I mean, they never got into that kind of a detail at CIP. So some of these numbers are a little bit higher. But overall, I think it's not going to be within budget. Certainly hope we'll find out. I think Bill will be back early, by the middle of September, looks like, and schedule it up. But in the future, don't do it by committee. That's all the comments I had, Judge.
I appreciate your comments. I just want to clarify once again, because I get a lot of emails criticizing myself for holding this project up. I have nothing to do with this project.
I agree.
See Commissioner Bless.
And I will say, you know, and I will go into one thing, but it gets confusing. I'm not throwing a rock at the city on this. A huge time delay came because of FEMA. Those that remember a while back, years ago, there was a big controversy about the city of Kerr building a REAP responder. City had to do a map revision through FEMA when they built that pond. This court, and I kind of led the charge against it, fought against that map revision. As a compromise, because we didn't want to hire a outside engineer to look at their work, we compromised with the city that they would stop it at spur 100. But that put this property within their map revision that they did, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that. But now that we were building on that property, we looked at it, and it did have a major impact on it. Hired an engineering firm, we looked at the work that the city did, it was different now. And to go into the old work would have cost more. So this is saving the taxpayers money, but it's called the CLOMR, a conditional letter of map revision, is what's been filed. We expect it, we've heard that it's been approved by FEMA now. The city agreed with our revision of their earlier work, but we cannot move, and the timeline will be a little bit tight. We have to have the actual certificate back from FEMA before we can start construction. We think it'll all line up right. But that whole process took about a year that we didn't anticipate. But that's, it's savings in the long run, but it's complicated, and that's what it is. Yeah, why there was such a delay in the work.
Just to clarify, put it in context. Because when I first heard this, I was sitting in those blue seats thinking I wanted to do this job. How crazy can I be? But my recollection was that the city had to get FEMA to update their floodplain study.
Right.
And it's like anything else. Anytime a federal agency updates something, it changes. And that change that the city's floodplain study did would have put the Youth Event Center in floodplain.
Yeah.
And that was the big shocker back then. And so we didn't know what to do. And I say we. I was in the blue seats like that. They didn't know what to do. So they sat down with the city and worked this deal out that they would limit their floodplain study to not across Spur 100. But it picked up those 16 acres back there. It's included in there. And that's why we stopped it at Spur 100, so that we didn't have to deal with the problem with the Youth Event Center being in the floodplain. And so this has come back to bite us, as it always does. And that's a lot of the delay in getting this approved.
And the good news is the new analysis, which I think is accurate. I mean, I'm not an engineer, as I've said it many times, but I do understand water. And the new analysis shows that the Hillcrest Youth Event Center is not in the floodplain.
Yes. That's how you don't want to get there.
And also changed the property that we own, the 16 acres. Some of it's in the floodplain, but it changes the road. If you start working in the floodplain, it causes lots of problems. And this revision will fix it and make things a lot easier. And that was something that no one anticipated really when we did the bond issue, and that's for huge delay, and that caused inflation increases, which has caused the concern.
The water and everything was lost.
Hopefully I confused everyone even more.
The next item on the agenda, we're going to take up the executive session. If you look over at the executive session agenda, the item 4.1 is the consultation with the attorney. We're going to do that by conference call at 1:15 here in executive session in this courtroom. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the approval agenda, which is 2.1 budget amendments.
You have 12 budget adjustments in front of you. The first one is just an end-of-year adjustment. It happens every year about this time. We do have a major repairs to the jail, and so that needed about $26,000, which that's been switched around. 16,000 of it came from the contingency fund.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration amount to $1,506,310.94.
I'll move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented. Pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 2.4.
Yes, late bills for today's.
2.3. Late bills.
Late bills for today's consideration, $16,577.77.
I'll move for approval. Second.
You got the second.
Yes.
Everybody's second. So we have a motion and a second to approve the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Monthly report, auditor reports.
Yes, there were two internal audit reports that were presented to y'all, and we just asked that you accept them. They were Justice of the Peace Precinct 2 and Precinct 4.
Make a motion to accept the monthly reports.
We've got a motion and a second? Sure. To approve the auditor reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, for March 2024, District Clerk's Office amended. District Clerk Dawn Lamps. April 2024, Veteran Services Office Director Jennifer Sanchez. District Clerk's Office amended. District Clerk Dawn Lamps. May 2024, Veteran Services Office Director Jennifer Sanchez. June 2024, Environmental Health and Animal Services Director Reagan Gibbons. Justice of the Peace, Judge Mitzi French, Precinct 1, Judge J.R. Holm, Precinct 2, Judge Bill Ragsdale, Precinct 4. Treasurer's Report, Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Court orders.
Forward from our July 8th meeting, 40721 to 40731. And I'd like to be in order. Very short meeting. Move for approval.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to the information agenda. Any status reports from department heads? Okay, there being none, we'll move on to 3.2, status reports from elected officials. There being none, we'll move on. Item 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners. Trifecta. So, there being none, we'll move on. So with that, we're going to recess. We will come back at 1:15 for the executive session. What, I got one more thing?
There are a couple of items on the executive session that aren't that
I know,
19.
that's what I'm saying. We're going to do the attorney consultation, and we've got 4.2 with regard to two personnel matters, 4.2A and 2B.
Are those at
4.3.
1:30 also, or no?
Yeah, well,
4.3.
executive session.
Before we get the budget workshop
Yeah.
too, can we get them all done in 45 minutes?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
4.3 says take some discussion.
She says no.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and go do the ones we can right now?
Right. Let's take a break
Can we
and,
take a 2-minute?
yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back in executive session. Consider items.
Excuse me just a second.
Bob, we just had one bid, two bids, but
Only one actually submitted something in writing. Here it is. Whoever needs it.
Okay, it's 12:30. We're coming out of executive session. And 5.1, action that may be required on matters discussed in executive session. Do you have any action?
Under 4.2B, which is consider discuss take appropriate action to authorize extension of protected family medical leave act for 2 employees. I'll make a motion that we extend protected leave for the 2 employees for 60 days.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to extend the protected family medical leave for 2 employees for 60 days. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Yes, on 4.3, we've had a security issue out at the West Kerr Annex, and as discussed during executive session, we feel that it'd be prudent to add additional security out there, and we have gotten bids from a couple of security companies, and so I move that we hire Hill Security LLC at a rate of $35 an hour to man the West Kerr Annex during their office hours.
For the next 2 months, through October 1.
Through October 1.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to retain
Hill Security.
Hill Security.
Does that include authorizing the judge to sign the contract?
Yes, it does.
I heard him say that.
Good, perfect.
Hill Security Services provide security services at West Kerr County Annex through October 1, and authorize the judge to sign the contract. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we will stand adjourned until 1:15. back to order. We will be in executive session, and it is,
It's 1:16.
1:16, and we're now in executive session.
We need Nadine's.
And,
What firm is Clay with?
Parker's,
Margaret,
from Paul Parker.
Now, 1:35.
Court will come to order. Now, 1:35, we've come out of the executive session, and we have no action to take at this time. Therefore, we